Chapter 629, 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected. Of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs, everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Xiaofan silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling. In the past, why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTs and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason. Guild mounts. God's Domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless, of course, one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount, unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players and wealthy players. Guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Xiaofan would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild, so quickly. It seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what Father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing, first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts, or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed. Since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon, they could accumulate power several times faster. Following which, Xiaofan wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Xiaofan made a trip to the Candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study. In the past, there had even been a specialized class for this task. The Tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run forging associations sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Xiaofan did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Xiaofan quickly hurried back to the candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Xiaofan planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Xiaofan was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Xiaofan managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Xiaofan was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain? Xiaofan could not help his surprise when he saw the caller ID. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or, to put it in another way, she did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the hell mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Xiaofan laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked, since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Xiaofan was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry Restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now, Xiaofan agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Xiaofan could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her. Before, in order to purchase the necessary training facilities, he had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630, Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Xiaofan entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Xiaofan looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, while others had a violent auras. However, they all shared a common aspect: they were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Xiaofan, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs, a beautiful, young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Xiaofan also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Xiaofan simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Xiaofan asked. In response, Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Xiaofan. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this, Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Xiaofang's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of every battle team member's combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses had been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Xiaofan was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. I've heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team, so I believe that guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Xiaofan. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, I am, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Xiaofan was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Xiaofan did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 Apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully, much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor, yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared. Hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, guild leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than Everlasting Wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight. The Dark Arena's battles were the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, after he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Colosseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Colosseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gained fewer benefits in the Divine Colosseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Xiaofan was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30? Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If guild leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, this was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract, then. Xiaofan grinned. Although he, too, doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Xiaofan established a contract. Let's go, then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, the tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Xiaofan. Even those several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras. As expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Xiaofan was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631, Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert. And as experts, they all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Xiaofan could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful, tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Xiaofan, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Star Moon Kingdom who can match them, Xiaofan replied truthfully. However, Xiaofang's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Xiaofan, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Star Moon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts, Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Star Moon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Star Moon Kingdom's top-tier experts. Xiaofan did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong, in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was Werewolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Star Moon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Star Moon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance, enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily, Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills either, Xiaofan declared, not wanting to waste too much time. It seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneers. Xiaofan actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree. Initially, Xiaofan had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild Leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks, then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry Restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. Ha ha ha. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wing's entrance exam. Recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon. Must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Coliseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. In the Divine Coliseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members. In the past, these players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Coliseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way, they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, ever since the Divine Colosseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the player's qualifications through their progress in the Divine Colosseum. An ordinary player's techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Colosseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player. Upon arriving at the Divine Colosseum, Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Xiaofan and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. "Miss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself," Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Xiaofan. "Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is," Phoenix Raid said, smiling. When Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon, she could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence. In the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare, not to mention someone capable of killing the Berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent. Now, however, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Xiaofan, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes. Before anyone realized it, Xiaofang's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632, Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Xiaofan slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground. Next, Xiaofan said calmly. The rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Xiaofang's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Although the Berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the Berserker that had served as Xiaofan's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the Berserker Xiaofan had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, his combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Xiaofan had defeated the Berserker with a single attack, giving the Berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable. As expected of someone chosen by the Pavilion Master, you indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you, then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle's stepped out from the crowd. When the crowd saw the Berserker named Grey Eagle step forward, the shock from Xiaofan's one-sided victory immediately dissipated, their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us, the others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Xiaofan's prior battle. Miss, even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation, other than Martial Dragon. How could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Xiaofan's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Xiaofan had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Xiaofan's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the Berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point, dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Xiaofan abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. We'll know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold, even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze. Before Xiaofan could move, Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Xiaofan's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Xiaofan did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow. At this moment, those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Xiaofan to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then, he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Xiaofan to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle. Going all in? Xiaofan laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Xiaofan recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Xiaofan's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Xiaofan was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Xiaofan believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack. Immediately after, Grey Eagle's saber passed through Xiaofang's body. This is... Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Xiaofang's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Xiaofan. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the berserker and swordsman, the 1.3-meter-long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression, she said, treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm. Treating retreat as an advance? How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment. Treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality, their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine. Following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Xiaofan. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Xiaofan attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Xiaofan already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things. Chapter 633, Capturing a Demonic Beast. Xiaofan suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored Void Steps? Grey Eagle was surprised. He had, more or less, watched the videos of Xiaofan using his specialty move, Void Steps. Only, he had not imagined that a live human being could actually disappear right before his eyes. Not even his acute five senses could find any trace of Xiaofang's presence. However, Void Step's weakness was also blatantly obvious. And that was the instant when Xiaofan attacked. Facing a fatal strike, the brain would not ignore such vital information. However, it was also very difficult to block such an attack as the distance between them was simply too short. The most common method to counter Void Steps was to adapt to it gradually, allowing one's brain to stop ignoring the transmission of information. That way, Xiaofang's Void Steps would be rendered useless. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It was like trying to remember the faces of the hundreds of pedestrians one walked by every day. Remembering the faces of a few people was already a difficult feat, as the brain would automatically ignore the majority of such information. Hence, it was extremely difficult to unravel Xiaofang's Void Steps. However, you still underestimate me. Grey Eagle grinned as he shifted the trajectory of his saber, swinging the weapon towards a vacant location. Dang! Sparks scattered as the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the amphitheater. Suddenly, Xiaofan appeared above the stone platform. Sure enough, he can grasp my general location. Xiaofan was not at all surprised by Grey Eagle's performance. After all, the Berserker had already entered the refinement realm. Grey Eagle's observational skills should be exceptional. Even with a lack of information, Grey Eagle should be able to grasp his general location. It was like his fight with Martial Dragon. With his domain, Martial Dragon was capable of processing all information within his domain without missing even the tiniest of detail. If Martial Dragon concentrated on observing his surroundings, he could render Void Steps utterly useless. Unfortunately, you only have a single weapon, whereas I have two. Xiaofan increased the force he exerted with the Abyssal Blade, pinning down Grey Eagle's two-handed saber. Meanwhile, Purgatory's Shadow, which he wielded with his other hand, completed a perfect arc as it slid through Grey Eagle's heart, leaving behind small and unnoticeable seam. Damn it! Grey Eagle clutched at his heart as he fell to the stone floor of the platform, reluctance filling his eyes as he died. Grey Eagle's defeat stunned the venue into silence. Although this match had appeared uneventful, most battles between experts were like this. Tiny differences usually decided the outcome of these battles. What a pity! If Grey Eagle could use two weapons as well, Black Flame would not have won so easily. Pure Fragrance sighed. No matter what anyone said or did, Grey Eagle was a part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The fact that Grey Eagle was defeated so easily was not a good thing for the pavilion's reputation. Would two weapons really solve the problem? Phoenix Rain wore a complex expression as she watched Xiaofan. He really is a hateful person. Grey Eagle was a berserker, a class that was known for its strength. The class's strength growth was the highest of any class, yet Xiaofan had suppressed Grey Eagle with a single hand. This was enough to show just how high Xiaofang's strength attribute was. With such an advantage, Xiaofan could easily decide the outcome the moment the battle began. Still, Xiaofan had chosen to waste so much time with Grey Eagle. Why? There could only be one explanation: he wanted to determine Grey Eagle's strength. Originally, Phoenix Rain had thought to use Grey Eagle to uncover the depths of Xiaofang's strength. However, not only had they failed to do so, but they had also allowed Xiaofan to study them in turn. Following which, Xiaofan proceeded with testing the remaining 18 reserve members, and sure enough, not a single one passed. Xiaofan finished off everyone with a single hit. Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry to say this, but none of these people passed. It seems that I can only recruit members on my own, Xiaofan said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Hearing Xiaofang's declaration, the reserve members instantly paled. Xiaofan had extinguished their previous arrogance and confidence. They could not even bring themselves to muster a retort. If none of them passed, it can't be helped. I still have to deal with some procedures regarding the participation rights. As for the battle team members, I'll leave it to guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain inwardly rolled her eyes at Xiaofan. It was obvious that Xiaofan had no intentions of letting her subordinates join the battle team. Finished speaking, Phoenix Rain left the Divine Colosseum with her group. Meanwhile, Xiaofan hailed a horse carriage and hurried towards White River City's teleportation hall. Phoenix Rain can't be underestimated. She was actually able to recruit 3 refinement realm experts. It seems that I'll have to hasten Fire Dance and the others' training. Xiaofan had a clear understanding of his companion's strength. If not for his intention to widen the guild's core members' horizons in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain's top 3 reserve members definitely qualified to become official members. After all, refinement realm experts were rare in God's domain. A battle team with 3 of such experts could definitely rank in the middle among all battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. This was also why Phoenix Rain believed that the battle team had the chance to rank within the top 100. Of course, that was not to say that Fire Dance and the others were weaker than Grey Eagle's group. A player's combat power could not be determined by combat techniques alone. Attributes and skills also made up a rather large ratio. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Xiaofan quickly discovered Fire Dance and the others, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Guild leader, we brought what you asked for. However, haven't we bought a few too many? Aqua Rose asked, feeling a slight sting to her heart. Hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls were already very expensive. A single hunting scroll cost 3 gold, 50 silver, whereas a storage space scroll cost a full 5 gold. If they only needed to purchase a few, Aqua Rose would not have minded. After all, the guild's member count had increased significantly in recent days. The money a 2-star guild could earn through guild quests was quite significant as well. In addition, they also had the profits from the candlelight trading firm. Hence, spending 100 or 200 gold wouldn't be an issue. However, Xiaofan had requested 100 hunting scrolls and 50 storage space scrolls. Furthermore, hunting required other items as well. In total, they had spent more than 800 gold to prepare for this hunting trip. Not even a bronze mount cost that much. You'll understand when the time comes. This amount is nothing considerable. Xiaofan laughed. In the past, to obtain a slightly better guild mount, various large guilds had spent astronomical sums of money. In comparison, they had only spent around 800 gold. Aqua Rose grew frustrated by Xiaofang's response. Fortunately, Zero Wing still had the candlelight trading firm to support it. Otherwise, this hunting trip would have punched a huge hole in the guild's finances. Let's head to the Great Forest of Soria. Saying so, Xiaofan approached the teleportation magic array. Upon discovering their destination, everyone involuntarily trembled. The Great Forest of Soria. Anyone who researched high-level maps knew that the Great Forest of Soria was a level 50 map. To current players, it was a death trap. Furthermore, the Great Forest of Soria was different from ordinary leveling maps, it was a forbidden land for the human race. Chapter 634, Starfall City. Very quickly, Xiaofan paid the party's teleportation fees. Each person cost 80 silver for a total of 4 gold, 80 silver for the whole party. An ordinary party could not afford to spend that much money even if they bankrupted themselves. The Great Forest of Soria was a neutral area situated between the Black Dragon Empire and the Star Moon Kingdom. Current players were not nearly strong enough to survive the area. Players also knew the Great Forest of Soria as the Forest of Death. It was a level 50 to level 70 leveling map, and it was 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary leveling maps of the same level. However, the map's high level wasn't the greatest threat. The reason behind the Forest of Death nickname was the utter lack of fortresses or safe gathering locations for humans. Instead, the map was a haven for demonic beasts and half-orcs. The Great Forest of Soria was a kingdom of half-orcs, and it posed a great threat to players as the half-orc race was highly prejudiced against outsiders. Players could encounter the half-orc patrol squads at any time inside the Great Forest. Not only were these patrol squads extremely powerful, but they would also call for their other companions to ambush players. Hence, survival within the Great Forest was, to say the least, challenging. Through the teleportation array, Xiaofan's party quickly arrived at Starfall City, a city near Star Moon Kingdom's border. Starfall City was the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom's northern region. Although the city was near the kingdom's border, it was the most prosperous of all the cities in the northern region. Starfall City was of similar rank to White River City. Only, the city had a few more Tier 4 NPCs guarding it than White River City. There were a total of 7 Tier 4 NPCs. The city's defensive power greatly surpassed White River City and was only weaker than Star Moon City. This place is impressive. Blackie could not help his shock when he saw the busy street. There were a lot of NPC guards patrolling the streets, at least twice that of White River City. Other than the NPC guards, there were also plenty of merchants roaming about. One could also see many horse carriages carrying cargo coming and going. Moreover, these merchants were not limited to NPCs. There were also plenty of player merchants. These player merchants similarly rode horse carriages around the city. There were also plenty of player merchants who had parked their carriages in one place and hawked and bought various items. What are they doing? Cola noticed that these player merchants were frantically purchasing various materials and equipment from other players. There were even some who purchased common items from NPC merchants. Moreover, these player merchants purchased these common items in large quantities, costing up to dozens, or even more than 100, gold. Such an amount would be enough to fund a small guild for a relatively long time. None of White River City's players would be so insane as to purchase so many common items from NPC merchants. Those people are reselling goods and making a profit through the price differences, Xiaofan explained. Making a profit through the price differences? Blackie was confused. But the NPC's prices are the same throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Only some unique items can be resold for a profit. Even so, there aren't usually many of those items available for sale, and normally, when the NPCs restock, large guilds usually buy everything, keeping them for their own use. Who are they planning to sell these common items to? To players, of course, Xiaofan said, laughing. Although NPC's common items in Star Moon Kingdom have uniform prices, the prices may be different in other kingdoms and empires. Some items sold in Star Moon Kingdom might be more expensive in the Black Dragon Empire, while some items might be cheaper. Meanwhile, these people are trying to make a profit through the difference in prices. Then, aren't there teleportation arrays? Wouldn't it be easier just to deliver their products using teleportation arrays? Blackie asked curiously. Why must they use horse carriages? Very simple. The transportation fees would be too high if they used the teleportation arrays. Moreover, only the capital city has an array that enables teleportation between other kingdoms and empires, and each teleportation would cost more than 1 gold. Their profit margin is not high. Moreover, a player can't carry enough items. They might even incur losses if they use teleportation arrays to conduct their trades. Meanwhile, a horse carriage can carry more than a dozen times that of players. Some good horse carriages can even carry up to 20 or 30 times. Although one may waste some time and encounter some dangers if they travel to the Black Dragon Empire via a horse carriage, in general, they can earn a lot of money with a single trip. These player merchants earn even more money than our guild's elite players. Xiaofan had some knowledge regarding the merchant subclass. In the past, his guild had frequently organized caravans to conduct cross-border trade, earning significant funds for the guild. Meanwhile, Starfall City offered a natural advantage for cross-border trade. This was also why many merchants throughout Star Moon Kingdom specifically traveled all the way to Starfall City to develop themselves. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Xiaofan's explanation. They had never imagined that the cross-border trade was such a profitable business. The wages Zero Wing offered were among the highest of all guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. The money its elite members earned each day was several times more than the elite members of other guilds. The money they earned could even rival that of ordinary experts. Yet, these merchant players actually made more money than Zero Wing's elite members. In other words, these merchant players made more money than even the ordinary experts in God's domain. Alright, split up and look for any caravans that are about to depart, Xiaofan ordered. There was a great distance between Starfall City and the Great Forest of Soria. If a player relied on their own 2 feet to travel, it would take over 10 hours to reach the Great Forest. If Xiaofan were traveling alone, he could simply teleport to the Great Forest with the aid of the 7 Luminaries ring, saving him a lot of hassle. Unfortunately, none of his other party members possessed the 7 Luminaries ring. Hence, they would have no choice but to travel to the Great Forest on foot. Meanwhile, if a caravan were about to embark from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire, they would have to pass through the outermost region of the Great Forest of Soria. If one traveled via horse carriage, the journey to the Great Forest would only take 3 or 4 hours. It was much faster than even common mounts. However, the road to the Black Dragon Empire was not easy for a caravan. A caravan normally required an escort of guards. Meanwhile, powerful players would often accept such escort quests as they were extremely profitable. The money one could earn from these quests was several times higher than ordinary high-level quests. Only, one would have to invest a lot of time to complete the quest. A dozen minutes or so later, Aqua Rose located a caravan that was about to depart for the Black Dragon Empire. This caravan was not particularly large. In total, there were only a dozen or so horse carriages. Moreover, it was a caravan that consisted entirely of players. It was far less safe than NPC caravans. After leaving the city, caravans could encounter all sorts of trouble such as monster attacks and player robberies. In the past, Xiaofan had even tragically been mugged by a Tier 4 Sword Emperor NPC. Meanwhile, in an NPC-organized caravan, there would usually be some NPC guards escorting the caravan. Ordinary players would not dare consider robbing such caravans. Monsters offered the greatest danger these caravans. Player-organized caravans, on the other hand, were often the targets of players who had joined the Dark Forces. Of course, with risk comes opportunity. If player merchants joined an NPC-organized caravan, their profits would decrease sharply. The maximum amount of money they could earn from a single trade was only 1/3 of the money they could make if they joined a player-organized caravan. Of course, even this was still a significant amount of money to an ordinary player. In other words, a player-organized caravan's profits were 3 times that of an NPC-organized caravan. Naturally, courageous or strong players would take this risk. Our Red Rain caravan is not some weak caravan. We don't welcome weaklings here. Not to mention, you guys are only planning to join us to the Great Forest of Soria. You will occupy our guard slots for nothing. A female ranger with a charming and flirtatious look sneered. This female ranger had black, shoulder-length hair and wore a black and red tight-fitting leather jacket. Chapter 635, Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group. Guild leader: although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, will have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, that did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Kola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with the Divine Blue Fire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain caravan had ignored him. Xiaofan swept a glance over the Red Rain caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Xiaofan's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Xiaofan's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild. With Zero Wing's influence in Star Moon Kingdom, the Red Rain caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Xiaofan did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention, Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Xiaofan was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Xiaofan had everyone in his party hide their identities. "I'll negotiate with them." Xiaofan shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. "Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip?" the female ranger named Red Rain said. "We don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it?" Xiaofan took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Xiaofan's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the Great Forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the Great Forest itself. As long as you get through the Great Forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the Great Forest. How about that? Xiaofan offered another suggestion. This, Red Rain was clearly tempted. Indeed, just as Xiaofan had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Sis, just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Xiaofan activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man. The swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path? When Xiaofan saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman. In the past, Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Star Moon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Star Moon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the kingdom's swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first, Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain Caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Xiaofan did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease. Afterward, Xiaofan and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain Caravan. The contract required Xiaofan's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain Caravan. In return, the Red Rain Caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain Caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain Caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters. Only, during transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads, they could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain Caravan entered the Great Forest of Soria, a thinly built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target. "Boss, another caravan has arrived," the ranger said through the team chat. "Which caravan is it?" A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side. Looking at the symbol, "It seems to be the Red Rain Caravan," the thinly built ranger said, licking his lips. "Red Rain Caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut, Red Rain, that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless Path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain Caravan for never paying tolls." The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain Caravan's coordinates to his boss. "Ha ha ha. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain Caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless Path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers." The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain Caravan. Chapter 636, Dark Guild. The Red Rain Caravan did not have an easy journey through the Great Forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 winged leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Winged leopard, demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50,000/50,000. Although the winged leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a winged leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters. Before Xiaofan's party even descended from their carriages, Rainless Path was already charging towards the 2 winged leopards. And before the 2 winged leopards could react, Rainless Path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1000 points to one of the demonic beasts. AOO. The injured winged leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless Path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other winged leopard darted towards Rainless Path with its fangs bared. However, before the 2 winged leopards could touch Rainless Path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the 2 monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the winged leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3000 damage and severely injured the 2 monsters. Rainless Path circled to the winged leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless Path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility. Following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment, the 2 winged leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Xiaofan and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his long sword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat 2 level 50 winged leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat. As expected of red-rained Caravan's Rainless Path, it seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money, many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Star Moon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Xiaofan was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Xiaofan when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Soria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest. At such a distance, ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone while they hid in the forest. The person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earth-yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted, "Go!" The members of Thousand Mile Killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain caravan's players by surprise. Before anyone could react, nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road. Normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan, one could not have too many players because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. Thousand Mile Bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The Thousand Mile Killers was a red name team that had already plundered countless caravans. Thousand Mile Bear was their leader. However, the Thousand Mile Killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, the various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the Thousand Mile Killers. Red Rain had never thought that Thousand Mile Bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. "Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I am afraid of you?" Thousand Mile Bear grinned. Coldly, he said, "Hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive." Thousand Mile Bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his longsword and swiftly charged towards Thousand Mile Bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If Thousand Mile Bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. "Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Thousand Mile Bear swung his great sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, all 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. "I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are." One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's 2 swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapon's afterimages. "Who are you?" Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his long sword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang! Dang! 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. What is the Dark Guild, the Million Ghosts, doing here? Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this? The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637, Are the Million Ghosts Very Strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 Swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes, on the swordsman youth. 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 Swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. Pung! 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 After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again. After a series of exchanges, neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose 1 level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, the black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, these 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The Dark Guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, the trade route between Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghosts. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll. Otherwise, they will share your fate. Thousand Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City. So, that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Xiaofan asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker. Dark guilds would normally occupy some high-traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Xiaofan had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight trading firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods, saving a lot on travel expenses. The Candlelight trading firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Xiaofan had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet. Since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes, Xiaofan could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghosts, a level 29 black-robed berserker charged toward Xiaofan, sending a heavy strike at Xiaofang's head. In response, Xiaofan remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on him. Pang! Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10 yards. System, Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +3. Minus 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone. As the berserker slammed heavily into the ground, he dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Since the berserker was a member of a dark guild, even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only, he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose 1 level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. "Who are you?" Thousand Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Xiaofan. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Xiaofang's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Xiaofang's party in disbelief. So strong. Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with. At this moment, Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them. Teach the million ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch." Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the million ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the million ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Kola charged at a level 29 black-robed assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Blue Fire Shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt -2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Kola's back and used Backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Kola easily blocked the attack with the Blue Fire Shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Kola followed up with a Hammer of Sanctions and Punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Kola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Xiaofang's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. You guys are digging your own graves. 1,000-Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating. Saying so, 1,000-Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Xiaofan immediately appeared behind 1,000-Mile Bear and sent a chop at the Berserker. Xiaofang's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, 1,000-Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The Berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638, Forming a Caravan. 1,000-Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Xiaofan was simply too fast. They had only heard 1,000-Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Xiaofan stood beside 1,000-Mile Bear like the god of death. Monster! This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Xiaofan looked down on the Million Ghosts. With such strength, not even the big 3 in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Xiaofan quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with 1,000-Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. 1,000-Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Xiaofan only needed an instant to kill the Berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Xiaofan was. And here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Xiaofan. Fortunately, she had not offended Xiaofan with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Xiaofang's attack, which had been as quick as lightning. In Starfall City, he was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Xiaofang's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After Thousand Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining The Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain Caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain Caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Xiaofan. Although Xiaofan hid his name, from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Xiaofan was not a child. Hence, she referred to Xiaofan as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Xiaofan waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the Million Ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, "A dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future." Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the Million Ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain Caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless Path could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god. Being questioned by Xiaofan in such a way, Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain Caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain Caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly, Rainless Path noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless Path's logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested," Xiaofan said, smiling. "Big Brother Expert, please, tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Xiaofan had to say. The Candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future. Xiaofan finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the Candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain Caravan, not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless Path. The Candlelight trading firm? Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain caravan would no longer have to worry about robberies. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom, Red Rain repeatedly thanked Xiaofan. Following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Xiaofan, Aqua Rose asked curiously, "Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. "I just decided it," Xiaofan laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Xiaofan, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Xiaofan as if saying, "I see." Half an hour later, the Red Rain caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Xiaofan and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Xiaofang's party arrived at a small lake in the forest. "Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here?" Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, this was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. A great lord! Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639, Rare Mount. "Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that?" Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged Lion King before him was a bona fide great lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary great lord. It was a level 60 great lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters, it could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged Lion King, demonic beast, great lord. Level 60. HP 30,000,000/30,000,000. Capture it? Xiaofan rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "You must be crazy." Although the golden-winged Lion King could be captured, it was a level 60 great lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the Great Lord. Xiaofang's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one. "We'll head over once it leaves," Xiaofan said in the team chat. This golden-winged Lion King was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged Lion King a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure. In the past, after Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged Lion King, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain. Back then, even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the fantasy shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount. As for 3-star mounts, they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. A 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount, the latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%, its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Xiaofan had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. In the past, after Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the Golden-Winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the Golden-Winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "Alright, everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Xiaofan did not bother to explain much. Immediately, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Xiaofan led his team and dove into the lake. Although the Golden-Winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Xiaofan would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage. just as everyone was at a loss on what to do. Xiaofan activated the 7 luminaries ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be opened like this. I wish I had an item with space movement. I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors, Blackie said enviously. This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces. Xiaofan wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement. Normally, in order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the golden-winged Lion King. Alright, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Xiaofan no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest's heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, Demonic Beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 9000000/9000000. Such a handsome wolf. Kola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf. In comparison, the horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place, Xiaofan hurriedly commanded. Quickly, everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Xiaofan's command. Chapter 640, Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked opened its eyes upon detecting Xiaofan's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack. Kola, make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives. Xiaofan hurriedly commanded his team when he noticed the Thunder Wolf beginning to stand. Normally, it was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunder Wolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Kola was currently level 30 and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the Divine Bluefire Shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord. Finished with his commands, Xiaofan revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating demon summoning. Emerge, demon. When Xiaofan finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gates slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer. Evil Blade Spirit, Evil Spirit. Level 36. HP 3000000/3000000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Xiaofan smiled at the Evil Blade Spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunder Wolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the Evil Blade Spirit and attack the Thunder Wolf. Make sure you dodge the wolf's lightning attacks. Xiaofan then commanded the Evil Blade Spirit to charge at the Thunder Wolf. The Evil Blade Spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunder Wolf like a ghost. The Blade Spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunder Wolf's body. -17,519. -16,749. Two damages that were over -10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Xiaofan was also surprised. We lucked out this time. A level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunder Wolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Xiaofan, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than -10,000 damage to the Thunder Wolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked Evil Blade Spirit could easily deal more than -10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a High Lord of the same level. Whoa! The Thunder Wolf howled, countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the Evil Blade Spirit. The Tier 2 Evil Spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunder Wolf's claws easily sliced through the Evil Blade Spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The Evil Blade Spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. Isn't its attack a little too powerful? If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Kola gulped when he saw the Thunder Wolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunder Wolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the Evil Blade Spirit. Everyone else, attack from a distance. Xiaofan was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was a super attack-type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunder Wolf. Following which, Xiaofan controlled the Evil Blade Spirit and began to lure the Thunder Wolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the Evil Blade Spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 Evil Spirit, they added up. As long as the Evil Blade Spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over -1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, he only dealt over -2,000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the evil blade spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Xiaofan lured the Thunder Wolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the evil blade spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Xiaofan observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunder Wolf. Hearing Xiaofang's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunder Wolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Xiaofan unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within. At this moment, the evil blade spirit, which confronted the Thunder Wolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunder Wolf's attacks dealt over -40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over -70,000 damage. The evil blade spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunder Wolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on the blade spirit. Xiaofan said sternly through the party chat after completing his preparations. Immediately, Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the evil blade spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the evil blade spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the evil blade spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the evil blade spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised. The Thunder Wolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the evil blade spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet, now, its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Xiaofan activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hands. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunder Wolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunder Wolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Xiaofan smiled faintly. Watch the show? Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Xiaofang's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage. In the next moment, however, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunder Wolf's head. This is... When Fire Dance noticed the Thunder Wolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result, she immediately came to a realization. That's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power, Xiaofan explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunder Wolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type AoE spells, they would not utilize their Thunder Wolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good. For a time, the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP about to reach 10%, Xiaofan immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641, Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire, Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border and was the nearest town to the Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated? Impossible. We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thunder Mile Bear's defeat. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man, who occupied the guild leader's seat, asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds in Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild. Due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts, the various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Star Moon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be, to think that even the people from Star Moon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered. Back when the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. For days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the Great Forest of Soria. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunder Wolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Xiaofan controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunder Wolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%. 11%. 10%. Start. Xiaofan immediately lured the Thunder Wolf out of the flooded area, the Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10%. Upon reaching her position, Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll. Xiao. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunder Wolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted one short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all four of the Thunder Wolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving. "Awoo!" the Thunder Wolf howled in anger. Suddenly, dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Xiaofan also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Xiaofan found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air, jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not large. "Awoo!" the Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angled jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Xiaofang's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Xiaofan only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left. As expected of a 5-star rare mount. It really is lively. This was the first time Xiaofan had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Xiaofan was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat. Suddenly, the Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Xiaofan then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunder Flame Explosion on the demonic beast. -8,679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunder Flame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped further. Use the hunting scrolls quickly. Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shifeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time, 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter, one after another. Shifeng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe. Just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position, they had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased. 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go! Shifeng roared. Immediately, a massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642, Formation of the Dark God's Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Shifeng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave, then. Shifeng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine, the golden-winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Although they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, the demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, there was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Shifeng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour. Following which, everyone used returned scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City, Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Shifeng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunder Wolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag and put them inside the Thunder Wolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Shifeng looked at the ferocious Thunder Wolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunder Wolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunder Wolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunder Wolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only, too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. I need to speed things up a little bit. Xiaofan then thought about forming the Dark God's Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the candlelight trading firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark God's Legion right away. Xiaofan had already experienced the development process of God's domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future. Following which, Xiaofan instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark God's Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wing's main force. Shortly after Xiaofan began establishing the Dark God's Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players. At this point, Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing. At this stage of the game, large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark God's Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing. For a time, the number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Xiaofan spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark God's Legion. After all, the number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, during this period, Xiaofan produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark God's Legion. During these 2 days, many things happened throughout God's domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons and had moved their competition onto 100-man team dungeons. However, 100-man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster's strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool. Initially, level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain-ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like. Aside from competing over 100-man dungeons, the next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list. To experts, this was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 Dark Gold equipment available, but even level 30 Dark Gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, Divine Colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the Divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum. Dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the 1st floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the 4th. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the 4th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look! Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possessed several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment. Aside from improving their combat techniques, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the 4th floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the Trial Tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the Trial Tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver, yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the Trial Tower. Not even the wealthy Overwhelming Smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion. Currently, everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom did not know of One-Hit Asura, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. Tuition with the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Xiaofan said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the Trial Tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the Trial Tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold, daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Xiaofan had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Ah, right. I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts, Xiaofan laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There, one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Xiaofan shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Xiaofan was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit, and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Xiaofan distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644, Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic crystals drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City. Even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Colosseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT, he was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's Domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's Domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's Domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Colosseum. God's Domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Xiaofan were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Star Moon Kingdom, much less God's domain. As far as Lone Tyrant knew, Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding in magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame. On the surface, Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the trial tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the trial tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the trial tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly. In total, Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the trial tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that War Wolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark God's Legion enter the trial tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance, he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, there were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. Among them, Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The guild only had 14 people. At 5th place, Cloud9 had 12 people. At 6th place, Yin Yang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include War Wolf and his team. In reality, the guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon, it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Xiaofan had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain. After his 2-day absence, Xiaofan found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar. Now, the 100 berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day. According to Shifeng's arrangements, 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shifeng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shifeng had also brought with him a huge stock of light stones for Blue Frost and the others. The nights in the dark den were longer than the days. Hence, light stones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the light stone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the dark den had anything like the light stones. Other than grinding and questing, the light stones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelter. Right, my main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you, Shifeng said as he retrieved the chapter of shelter from his bag. The chapter of shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the chapter of shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved. Now, however, with the chapter of shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Denver. Zero Wing was astonishing. Xiaofang's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Xiaofan had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a chapter of shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter, Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the chapter of shelter in Xiaofang's hand. Chapter 645, Administrator. The evil ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the evil ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100-berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. The 100-berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100-berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Otherwise, with no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Xiaofan and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter. In the next moment, the shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter's size had increased by 10-fold. When the shelter stopped expanding, a system announcement reached out to every player inside the Evil Ghost domain. Evil Ghost Domain System Announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the Evil Ghost domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1's stunned players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement. Currently, the shelter's players were nearing level 40. it wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone. However, upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one. Now, however, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the evil ghost domain were stupefied. Normally, to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the evil ghost domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter. Yet, after only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force, now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discussed currying favor with District 1. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, it could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's Heavenly Crystal Pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, they had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful. All along, the shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, they, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded. Only, after a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Xiaofan used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Xiaofan had become the shelter's administrator. An administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Xiaofan could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority. Of course, this was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now, they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, if the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it. So the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Xiaofan also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. he could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress. Following which, Xiaofan left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Xiaofan was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646, Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Shortly after Xiaofan used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity. Now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically, many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of work. In addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the Evil Ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter. In the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong, to guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the Evil Ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the Evil Ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter. If they could take control of District 1, not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand, its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm. With this, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful, and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher leveled than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Xiaofan's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least one soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bar's promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals. With 50,000 soul crystals, not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialties and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had returned with a large stock of gemstones and 100-berry wine to White River City. Gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment. Currently, Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the Evil Ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Starmoon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the Evil Ghost domain, while prices in Starmoon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Starmoon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Xiaofan had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the Evil Ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Xiaofan had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones. After returning to White River City, Xiaofan first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Starmoon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Starmoon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players. Other than Starmoon Kingdom, thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight Trading Firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager, Melancholic Smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Xiaofan had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Xiaofan retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the candlelight trading firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tiered gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Xiaofang's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Xiaofan could not let this opportunity escape him. Only, Xiaofang's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wing's main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Xiaofan took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647, Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest tiered gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only dropped from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, one would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power. To the large guild's main forces, upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference. Without rest, Xiaofan spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Xiaofan could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed. Initially, Xiaofan would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Xiaofang's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Xiaofan had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Xiaofan sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Xiaofan could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be. In the past, during God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Xiaofan sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Xiaofan had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Xiaofan was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, the situation at White River City's Divine Colosseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the 5th floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the 4th floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the 4th floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad either. Today, another 8 people have reached the 5th floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Colosseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Although one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential. In the God's Domain of today, due to Xiaofan repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers, the public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed. Then, how could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the 4th floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert. Very quickly, this matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was. Previously, Zero Wing had relied on Xiaofan to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known, top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor. For a time, many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wings. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Xiaofang's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leader summon us because of the Divine Colosseum? Probably. After all, this is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City, yet right now, we have fewer experts who have passed the 4th floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the Trial Tower's 4th floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the 4th floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the 4th floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the Trial Tower's 4th floor, they could not be considered as true experts. Despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile, for some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Xiaofan entered the conference hall, leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. The conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the black-cloaked Xiaofan. Chapter 648, Rapid Improvement. As Xiaofan appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Xiaofang's scolding. Xiaofan took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle curiously. The wine bottle's information displayed the name, 100-berry wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader, you're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Xiaofan intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Xiaofan instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Xiaofan shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100-berry wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Xiaofan whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward? Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100-berry wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, the food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100-berry wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100-berry wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time, you'll see what I mean, Xiaofan laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100-berry wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Xiaofan wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100-berry wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100-berry wine was truly capable of such a feat. The rest of the team similarly doubted Xiaofan's claim. Improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's trial tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Xiaofan smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum. In order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Ah, Zero Wing's members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark God's Legion, both had already challenged the trial tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the 2nd floor, Feng Xianyang quickly noticed Xiaofan enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify War Wolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Xianyang had intended to keep Overwhelming Smile's strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Xiaofan personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Xiaofan directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Xiaofan. As long as War Wolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the 4th floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the trial tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th floor. However, since Xiaofan had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands. Very quickly, the members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone grew anxious. The trial tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the trial tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the 4th floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain. However, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves, very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time, Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly, his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. This is amazing. The others were similarly shocked. After drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine, their perception of the world had undergone a complete change. When everyone casually used a skill, they immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others, who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate, could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate, their combat power soaring. After familiarizing themselves with this new sensation, everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649, The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these 3 guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos. Compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles, these battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the 4th floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widen, little by little. Meanwhile, the 3 great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the 4th floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the trial tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the Trial Tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Star Moon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts managed to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the trial tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet? He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the Trial Tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's #1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list. Quick! Look! Someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were 2 ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors. Meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor, it was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Werewolf. Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion. In White River City, the players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor, and that was the famous Ghost Shadow. 6th floor. Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The #1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Werewolf cleared the 5th floor, his name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smile's members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked #1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and one has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only one person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the 3 guilds. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only one person can surpass a real, large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Feng resided in. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had one lonely name on it, suddenly had 2. Who is Werewolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with. Throughout White River City, there were only 2 experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame, while the second was Flame Blood. Now, one more had caught his interest, Werewolf. However, while everyone committed Werewolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list. Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, making a name for herself. Nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list. Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. The appearance of a 4th name on the trial list's 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Colosseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared, slack-jawed, having lost his previous calm. He could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory. Aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor, just the fact that there were 2 people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking. Yet, the second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected. When comparing top combat power, it was obvious, with a glance, which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the #1 guild. They actually have 2 top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone, it is clearly inferior to the other 2 guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other 2. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look. The person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the Overlord's seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the #1 position on the trial list. Right, this should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Xianyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family. After being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing, it had become an instinct of sorts to worry. However, after calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before Overwhelming Smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list. To ordinary players, reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things, right? Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent players succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admired the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor. At this point, there were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing? None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the 4th floor. This time, the numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people. Moreover, all 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening. In the morning, Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the 4th floor. Yet, now, every single one of them passed. Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's 5th floor, far ahead of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Xianyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have, at most, been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the 4th floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the 4th floor, Feng Xianyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the 5th floor's list. He, too, felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore, claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of 5th floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Star Moon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's 7th floor. This time, however, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just one, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower's 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651, Sensational. Chapter 651, Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages. For the trial tower's first 4 floors, the difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further. In the Divine Colosseum, only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor, arriving on the 7th floor. However, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of 1 skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required 1 perfect application, executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle. Yet, now, 2 little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable. Have they been holding back all this time? Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just one person, but it was impossible for 2 people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Xiaofan nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Xiaofan was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the 2 girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Xiaofan at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Xiaofan sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the fantasy shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guilds stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence. Just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flame Blood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flame Blood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence, he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flame Blood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog? Flame Blood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Starmoon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Starmoon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first, its players. The 2 cities with the largest player population in the kingdom were Starmoon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these 2 cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time. Of these 2 cities, Flame Blood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Starmoon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these 2 people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flame Blood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had. In terms of strength, Daybreak Fog ranked 3rd within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support, with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon. After all, during this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now, all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Starmoon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Starmoon City is no match in this aspect. Hence, we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River Cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Xiaofan received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow? Chapter 652, Asura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Xiaofan said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising. It had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros's elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest, Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly, she envied Xiaofan, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Star Moon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Star Moon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Star Moon City. Cloud 9. Yin Yang Court. Heaven's Burial. All 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residences in Star Moon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Star Moon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Star Moon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although Gentle Snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud 9 and the Yin Yang Court eyed Ouroboros like fresh meat. Ouroboros had already been unstable due to Chao Chenghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently. As Gentle Snow knew that Xiaofan disliked playing with words, after their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Star Moon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, if there was another option, other than team dungeons, for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss. A hidden treasured land? When Xiaofan heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains. In the past, when Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Star Moon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits. That war had caused every guild in Star Moon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Yin-Yang Court, Cloud9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon, but an Asura mode dungeon. Ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, Asura, and god. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain starfire ore that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Xiaofan had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard-mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Asura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained, regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this. Currently, several guilds from Starmoon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price. To Gentle Snow, offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Starmoon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Xiaofang's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. Alright, but I have a condition, Xiaofan responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Starmoon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains. Tell me. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Xiaofan. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Xiaofan still had conditions of his own. It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value, Xiaofan laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. Give me the list, then. Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Xiaofang's condition. She had thought Xiaofan intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. I'll send it to you now, Xiaofan then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least. Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Xiaofan had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Xiaofan did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Xiaofan's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Xiaofan thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Xiaofan contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather. The Stoneclaw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653, Overall Improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, the members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results. During the challenge, everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass this stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time, she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork and Xiaofan's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Xiaofan learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Xiaofan's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent. Return to the residence? Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the Trial Tower. Inside the conference hall of Zero Wing's guild residence. Without wasting time, Xiaofan retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Xiaofan had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back. If the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well, although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more. Ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attributes should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. As for Zero Wing's main force, although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attributes should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main force's members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned speechless. She knew full well just how valuable tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. We're in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Xiaofan had already received a status report about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town. The nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Asura mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure. Whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables, Stone Forest Town was the best option. Otherwise, they would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, they would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest Town. After a guild successfully captured Stone Forest Town, said guild would also receive an additional advantage. They could select a resurrection point. When players died, they would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Xiaofan had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing's greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now, though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly. Following which, Xiaofan led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa! That's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum. Over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, marched down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic. Although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Xianyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.